Okay, let's see. We haven't done yet too much with it. Let's get a player device in here too that we can combine. And then we can see what's funky. Let's turn this volume down somewhat. It has somewhat the quality of a cembalo. If we were to use an arpeggiator, we can hear more of that as we have more transients with, yeah, more notes. Right. Let's see what this could sound like. It's so interesting. A really long time I have messed with a combinator. I believe we're going to rename the stream. Not that you cannot still prompt samples that I will try to make if you want to, but as it seems I have decided upon making a combinator today, and that will probably take some time. I renamed the stream accordingly. Could, because it might be getting somewhat specific. Okay, less talking. Let's see what it can do so far. And then we tweak some knobs and see if we are happy with the glitched out madness that we conceived. Nice. This could be like one of the vintage games. It could be like one of those old, I forgot what they are called. These adventure games where you walk through an overhead view. Something is like Zelda on Game Boy, doesn't it? It's so clunky. Actually, it's pretty cool. It's so off. How can I make more steps? This is not how it works, does it? No. Okay, let's see. I have no clear goal. We're gonna see what's good and what isn't. That's interesting. Anyway, before I get lost making a click track, it really it really has this hypnotic quality of a retro game, I think. Okay, let's turn off replay as the sound effect. What would be good is if we flip the rack and look back. Right now, we just have a bunch of synthesizers in a combinator and a mixer, and not much going on else. It would be helpful if we would insert some kind of dynamic processor in between this mixer and the output to the combinator. It could be just a compressor like the Reason Master Bus compressor, which would be excellent as some kind of glue compressor to make all these sounds a bit more cohesive. But many other things would be cool probably too. We could experiment with Pulverizer, which is also a hybrid device. It is distortion and compression in one and some other shenanigans. But I believe I will go with what I usually do. I just love my tape compression and how it can help me with gain staging. Probably any tape plugin will do. I will use soft tip tape. So let's put this in here. So now when we look at it, let's make this more easy. The output from the mixer, hold up, that's not how we want it. So let's do this again. The output from the mixer goes into tape, and that goes into 1 and 2. And then back to the combinator. And that, okay. This is the way how we want it. Now we can do some other stuff. Let's make these sounds a bit more cohesive. It reminds me somewhat of a cembalo. It has some quality from a cembalo. What am I doing? I was adjusting the volume of the engine that we didn't even have enabled nor added it. Just to turn some knobs. Funky. That happens when Zelda's drunk. To me, this sounds like Zelda or whatever lo-fi game character just ate the wrong mushroom. This arpeggio is so beautifully wonky, but not necessarily in a good way. More kind of already like in a, it's so bad it's already, it's good. How does this work? Okay, it seems to connect sometimes and sometimes not so much. Interesting. It's not super intuitive to program this, but it's not terrible. But it kind of, we didn't really touch anything yet with this combinator. Not really. We inserted a couple of, synthesizers, a mixer, a tape plugin where we buzz everything together, a little bit for glue and a little bit for gain staging and compression or whatever. We could have used anything. While we're at it, let's use a Reason device. Let's use something that is actually very useful. Let's substitute this tape emulation with a Reason native device that is actually super powerful, that I use probably on every drum most of the time. That's pulverizer. Maybe we're gonna use some pulverizer. Okay. Let's see. I need to bypass these players. Right. Ba-dum-bum. And maybe we leave this weird space reverb for now, at least. Sounds like a steel drum. It sounds like a super, super faint banjo. Maybe we can increase this level. It sounds like a banjo in an old recording. And it also sounds a little bit like filtered saw or filtered brass. I don't know. I forgot which is the closer word for it, but I think it's filtered brass. It's interesting. I'm just looking for inspiration. Okay. If you don't know what you want to achieve, it can sometimes take a long time until you find something that is really interesting. I'm looking for something that could be both. There could be a layer, that could be a pad, but that could also maybe be also used as a single instrument. That's kind of the sound that are generally the outline for the sound that I want to put in this combinator. So they cannot be too complicated or too complex because we want to be able to combine them. Otherwise, we could have just separate channels and it wouldn't be worthwhile to have them combinated if every one of them is already occupying maybe more than enough space. Oh, forgot the phaser and the comb is still on. Has some kind of metallic sound to it. Hey, can you guys see anything actually? Maybe that's better. Let's randomize some more. I like this kind of sound. It reminds me somewhat of also maybe what I mentioned earlier. There's a certain type of synth bass. I think monotone has some of these basses. I'm sorry. It has mostly to do probably with this filteredness. It is not quite the same like filtered saw. I'm not really an expert on studio gear. That is not that I wouldn't have, haven't. Don't say that I have not tried to read and watch every video prior before buying the Yamaha SH or HS8, and I probably could have even opted for a smaller version. And I must say, like, my room is not even acoustically treated. I am pleased with the sound. I can't tell you in comparison though, because it is so individual for your room. Like, I believe, but it could just be that I'm biased being in this room all the time. I'm happy with the sound from the Yamaha because, like, your only real concern is, are your monitors good enough that you can achieve adequate translation for all kinds of playback devices and on all kinds of platforms with their codecs and yada yada. Like when you go down the route of mastering engineer, then that will be your bread and butter. I only have some half baked name dropping common sense about these issues because I'm not a mastering engineer. Like I said, like there's not one piece of treated wall, like because it's my bedroom and I'm a bedroom producer, it is kind of treated passively, indirectly by furniture, plants, a couch, and whatnot. But long story short, I'm happy with my Yamahas. I also would recommend them, but it is probably the same issue with when we are all starting out. The budget issue is probably one of the biggest concerns. And I believe the typical choice of mid range budget speaker will always do what the only thing that I always hear when I was watching videos on gear and especially monitors, which wants to buy what is best bang for buck and whatnot. Most often people would say, yeah, it doesn't really matter. The most important thing is that you get used to your monitors and your room, like be it treated, untreated, whatnot. But you have to learn your room and your monitors and your ears, even if that sounds somewhat ridiculous. But like in everything, like ear training, interval training on an instrument, the same can be said for technical equipment. Often we don't really think about technical equipment in that fashion, that it is the same like with an instrument, where you have to develop an ear to discern if this is a minor third, is this a major third, is this a diminished chord, is this an augmented chord or whatnot. The same for the equipment. And I think, like, what is it with the atoms that you are not happy with? Like, what are you comparing the atoms against? Would be my next question. You probably also work a lot in headphones, I would assume. Like, because I just often try to change between my closed back studio headphones, the monitor speakers, and then I would render a file and listen to it on my cell phone just by the cell phone speakers and test for mono compatibility. You feel that the bass is more present when you're using headphones when you compare it to the atoms? That is probably one of the next things to do, like because I'm not a studio gear expert, but often I've heard people here in reviews that it could be even that bigger monitor, more of the standard monitor speakers could feel like they are lacking bass, and then you might just need a subwoofer. And if you are mixing very specific bass heavy genres, then you will most definitely need a speaker or a subwoofer that has the frequency range to reproduce what the heck you are trying to mix. Because, like, what does the golden say? You cannot mix what you can't hear. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Sometimes we don't know that we're mixing stuff that we can't hear yet, but maybe on a bigger system somewhere, hopefully in the future, we don't get to hear that we have terribly mixed. But, well, on the other hand, probably it's good when our song gets to be played somewhere and we realize then that it needs some mixing help or that we do have actually a terrible room and are biased. Okay, let's try to get back in this wonky, whatever the heck combinator this is gonna be. Maybe if this gets a little bit too boring or repetitive, I will switch to something more musical and less sound design nerding. Let's see how it goes. If we get something more quickly, you're most welcome. Like, just my 2 cents. Let's see if we can find something that we are vibing with, and then we try to move on quickly. Probably I did a little bit of an overkill. It was merely because there is, yeah, 6 slots in this mixer that we have 6 synthesizers. We don't have to use them all. At the moment, we haven't even touched most of them. We messed a little bit with algorithm, and now we are restarting with algorithm. I don't know. But yeah, that was a good start for a random patch that we generated. Yeah, it reminds me of this filtered brass. Let's see what happens if we start to mix it in with Europa. It probably will be terrible at first, but let's see what we can do. And then a key must be stuck somewhere again. Okay, got it. Thank you. I think we do have a little bit too much high frequency content. And I don't know what it is, but today, every other minute, some keys are stuck on this controller. I hope that is just not only a temporary thing. Now I forgot what we wanted to do. We wanted to mix in Europa and probably work on Europa because Europa has a lot of this. Is getting a little bit out of hand. This combinator. Uh, Europa is a little bit on the harsh side of things, frequency-wise speaking. Okay. Okay, got lost again. I shouldn't. I should use a player device. Otherwise, I cannot focus on either playing or actually turning some knobs. You know what? Let's put a player back and see if that helps. Maybe having the hands free, then we can have more space to think about what sound we're actually looking for, because I have no idea. I'm just really a little bit aimlessly turning knobs today until I will get bored or find something that I call happy accidents. That also has a rather lo-fi retro game feel to it. A little bit of it probably could be, if the right filter is opened, some kind of wooden percussion xylophone kind of thing. Look. Yeah, I can kind of hear it. Yeah, I really need to do a little bit more synthesize homework, so it's not just so random what I'm doing. Oh, interesting. Now that we did have it change the attack on this operator, it starts to get a little bit a sound of organ, or a reed organ or accordion. Very filtered out though. I'm really just turning knobs randomly. I can't always even tell sometimes if they do affect the sound or not. I would recommend using headphones, that's for sure. But maybe also cap the volume because unexpected things can happen. It's not that we have never clipped before on this stream. That also has some quite distinct lo-fi game eeriness. Reminds me like of kind of these adventures where you know these kind of adventures like on the Game Boy and like oh god my speech center is not working correctly today. I got some issues finding the right words to properly describe. Like maybe I need to Google stuff, then you'll know immediately what kind of games I mean, and the look and all that. To me, this has absolutely some super game lo-fi character. You know what? We have to save our work anyway, but this could actually very well be its standalone thing. And the beautiful thing about this combinator is, of course, everything can be used interchangeably, modular, in conjunction with one another. Also, what we have not even started to look at there is a myriad of things that we could probably be doing. We could go insane. We did not even start touching CV routing. We did not start making our own custom control panel where we could automate various parameters. Like we could create a control knob that is a global control for maybe all cutoff filters if we wanted to be like that. Like we could be really anything that you could probably think of, you can possibly achieve in a combinator. It is either you can create completely new instruments from scratch, or as the word suggests, you combine already great instruments that you want to layer. And if you want to work fast and efficiently, like say you want to have a simple straight songwriting thing where you just want to write big block harmonies, then you could just use a bass, a piano, and string. Finish. And then you just build out super big spread out chords, and then you can play with one finger and you have like a band or a section play play the part, right? Long story short, let's see what this sounds like. This kind of Game Boy sound, and let's put some weird funky delay on it. I try not to extend it too much more into going too crazy with this combinator because I get lost very quickly in only sound design, and then I forget to make some music. It is always good to combine both. Then there's more context. Interesting. Just by this delay in replay, of course, as it runs a lot of feedback, we have a kind of new polyrhythm in here. Weird, interesting little sound. It could get a little bit louder, or maybe you know what, I'm gonna turn this down if I already know what could happen. We're adding polytone, I mean Europa. That's Europa on its own. I think we need to do a little bit about Europa. And because I believe the LFOs are messing way too much with everything. There's so much harshness with all these extra introduced harmonics. Just if we look at the EQ, we see these zigzag lines of all these harmonic series. If you play a single note, we should probably see that it is followed by an almost probably infinite amount of harmonics. Yeah, that's what I want to mean. Here we have the fundamental, and yeah, look at all these harmonics. That's what makes it so sharp. And so we don't get tired, we need to filter probably a little bit more out of this. In conjunction with the reverb, especially because Ripley as a scent effects, or as it is in here, has a lot of feedback. Also, there's digital distortion, bit crushing going on, and all that accumulates very, very quickly. Okay. It sounds like a weird pseudo vintage retro game anime ballad. That was a mouthful. Yeah, that can always take some ungodly long time. Although what we did forget for quite some time. I really like, I cannot even explain the first thing about car plus strong synthesis and everything combined with the mass of car plus. No, I don't. But I know that car plus strong model synthesis very often results in sounds that have a string like quality. You can find it often used in physical modeling of string instruments. You can make some synth guitar that, with a little bit of love and knowledge, could probably sound fairly decent for nylon strings or something like that. Let's get a little bit more out of this metal sound out of it. And we can see the more funky this wave gets, like if I put it just halfway, we see there's much more going on. Now we are in this range. It sounds a little bit like a cembalo or something. Again, this is a range that I do like a lot. Or a harpsichord. A cembalo or a harpsichord. That's what I wanted to say. Bloop. Now we are at the super plucked sound, like as if we were muting the strings. Very percussive. Nope. Okay. Let us layer that back with our algorithm. Let's see what happens. It sounds super wonky. Let's get our arpeggiator back in there. That's so funky. Oh, and I forgot. While Pulverizer is a great device, and most of all these devices are super awesome, I found very often that most of the devices, even if you insert them initialized and if they look like everything is bypassed, they are not necessarily gain adjusted. Like, I would love to see every developer in default make it so that if you add an effect, anywhere in the chain and you have not put any amount of the effect into it, that it is not altering anything. Anyway, let's put pulverizer on and see, but not yet maybe. Let's still work on combining these sounds. Oh, also I just remembered we are still using only one engine, and now I remember that was on purpose. Maybe we reduce a little bit of the shape and get a little bit more action into the sound, less plucked stringiness and more metallic. More game, more 8-bit game wonkiness. Maybe let's use more conventional reverb, because I believe it could get annoying kind of fast still though. And while this arpeggiator can be helpful, it doesn't have to be. I'm really very much in love with this sound. Also has some weird underwater quality. I don't quite know what makes me say what it is. It already sounds very filtered, kind of detached. But I like this wooden percussiveness of it. Really like some little, not like a vibraphone, but like a xylophone, or, you know. But you know what? I'm already starting to miss the space delay reverb. Sorry. I can never make up my mind. Okay, let's introduce the other engine. Holy Christ. Maybe. Maybe. Let's mess with it. But a little bit less aggressive. We want to mess with a lot of parameters, but we don't want to mess with them so much that they need a lot of attention listening to. It should only be mildly interesting. Because if everything is super interesting, everything will be fighting for attention, and that never works. This is a very meditative process. I already forgot that I was streaming. We do want some high frequency content, but not too much. Around about here, I don't know. Okay, where is our funky ARP? Now it sounds a little bit like an organ. With the rotary speakers, the LFO that is controlling most often just the cutoff filter frequency gives it somewhat, at least to me, it mimics somewhat this sound of a Wesley speaker, where you have the stereo panning a little bit. But it is, of course, not creating a stereo effect. It is opening and closing the cutoff, which is more like a volume automation than, yeah, yada yada. But I'm tired and sick of listening to these chord changes. Let's bypass these players. The players are placeholder more than not. So we already have some sound to work with. It sounds like a weird, funky organ that you found in a second-hand shop. Some weird leftover synthesizer from the 80s that didn't make it. I believe we have taken off maybe a little bit too much high end of this. I think we need to reintroduce some high end. It has some faint 808 boominess, which might be a problem. It does sound good in the middle and in the higher registers. This reverb is still on, is it? I'm not quite sure if I want to continue with this algorithm pitch. You think we start anew? Surprise, surprise. And then it's, I guess it's the lucky day. Today we are only busy with synths. We have made this combinator that is till now only housing a couple of synthesizers. We are only hearing one right now, that is algorithm. It is an FM synthesizer, and like many of the rhythm synthesizers, it has a randomizer button. I'm not the master guru of synthesis. I do know the very basics, but I'm certainly not a synthesizer god. I can play the keys kind of okay, but synthesis is a love of mine, but I cannot claim to understand synthesis in its out. Neither the intricateness of all these routing options. Like it is insane. I have not even scratched the surface with most of this, and just knowing 1% is already killer. Oh my goodness. If you are using headphones, as we are randomizing this, there could be some a rather unpleasant sound sometimes. So you're advised not to listen to it on maybe in-ear headphones on max volume. We might be clipping, and it could be, I don't know, 20 kilohertz. That can hurt. It sounds like a spaceship. I feel like I'm having a conversation with an android. Especially when I put a Foreman filter on it. How is this thing routed? All these red dots are outputs, right? I don't really have a global filter. I don't think. But where would be my main? Where would be my main output one? Oh, all these. This node is what? I gotta read this manual. Not that I haven't. That was interesting. I'm looking for something that is a little bit subtle and that could stand on its own. Okay, maybe we're gonna do it ourselves. Maybe we should have done so to begin with. And we can do funky feedback cycles. But you know what? My favorite button is the randomizing button. If I don't know what I really want to do, and often in synthesis I'm not, that has again some kind of wooden slap percussion. What is this called, this instrument? It's like a couple of tubes, and you have some kind of leather or mallet, and you... Is it mallet? I don't know. It's something to slap these tubes. And of course they have different heights and different pitches and whatnot. Slapophone? Maybe slapophone? Maybe that's what I'm looking for. We gotta find something quick. Because We want to make some music, after all, or something. It's too detuned. It can be somewhat detuned, but it can't be all detuned. It will be almost impossible to layer if just one layer is already super unstable, harmonically speaking. Then if every layer is almost representing white noise, then yeah, what's the point? Interesting. Sounds like peak resonance. Interesting metal sound. It sounds a little bit like a synth vintage Caribbean steel drum. Oops, messed up the key. Yeah, maybe kind of Watermelon Man kind of vibes. It's an interesting, wonky, funky kind of thing. And it could be also, I forgot the name, what this bass is usually called. It's some kind of a very typical signature sound bass. It's not quite that sound, but it's not too far away from it. I forgot what it is. It's super obvious. It's one of like the 10 standard bass kind of things, you know. And there's a key stuck again. Sorry. Sorry. Where is this goddamn key? It cannot be stuck. Please. Sorry. If... thank God. Okay, let's add Europa and let's see where we were with that. I forgot because I had to restart algorithm for whatever weird reason. No, we don't get any sound out of Europa, probably because they're both at 0, right? Yeah, we gotta finish with something that is somewhat usable for something. It could be a drone, it could be a pad, it could also be just whatever keys that we could use. but we need to stop fiddling with the sound and find something, stick with it, and start writing something with it. Otherwise, it's no use. Because we could do this forever and never make any music or real sample with that. And that would be boring. Maybe educational, but we want to start creating as many interesting samples that we could possibly could. And then we put them all on Bandcamp, royalty free, with commercial use. And then we can all make more and better music. Okay, let's see. Maybe, maybe, maybe we need to use less volume and more frequency. Yeah. We took off, well, I took off so much with this cutoff that I believe we are in a very restricted space. A lot was happening to the sound and whatnot, but spectrum wise, it was probably low and mid-rangey. Now it's much more open. Now I can actually start to think about how to use the sound. Now we can actually start gain staging. I was going back and forth gain staging and starting from scratch again interchangeably, but now that we actually hear more of this, maybe we have a better chance at staging the gain for it. Like now, we just need so little for it to be audible. Before that, we had it like here and yeah. And I was also turning the wrong thing. I wanted a little bit of raspiness, like harmonics from a string, or like from sitar or zaz. Let's take the other engine out again. No, we are not making that beat. We're not making that beat. Bra, 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 bra. Okay, that was some weird stuff. Bop, 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 bop. God knows how long this will go on. It starts to sound somewhat like a harp. Of course, a bit funky and dirty, but it has some qualities of a harp. Okay, let's save this for now. And maybe we get to make something funky with it. Let's maybe write a little bit whatever with this, put some other interesting effects on it, and then we will resample that output in grain or in mimic, and maybe we find something interesting. And keep in mind, we have not even used all that much. We are using a little bit of an algorithm that does enough funky stuff, which has this kind of steel drum kind of thing going on. And then we have Europa, which has this weird kind of sitar, no, kind of electric future harpsichord. I have no idea. We could have a little bit more of this organ weeping quality. Hey, hello there. Thanks. Peace to New York. I'm noodling here. I hope I can come up with something coherent that sticks. But it is interesting. Sections have appeared. But let's find something. Oh, hold up. That's some hybrid of a, what do they call the bagpipe and this weird steel drum. Oh no. Let's go back into the filtered space. Hello there. Thank you, kind sir. It has some kind of didgeridoo quality too. Especially if we go down with the shape and it gets more of a distorted, zigzaggy. Now when the waveform is smoother, like when you see here, this waveform, now it's rather smooth. When you look after an attack, it is not super chaotic. If we turn off the other device that's playing along this algorithm, we hear it's merely just percussive. And now we have a madness of frequency juggle. And now we have more kind of cleaner pluck kind of sound. I like it somewhere in between. It reminds me a little bit of a harpsichord. Yeah, the more distortion there is in this wave, the more metallic it sounds. And the more we increase the shape knob, and the more it gets a smoother, more sine kind of. Now it sounds more like we had a nylon plug. Let's get our other instrument back in and then get that other layer and try to finish up with this and write something and sample it. The sound engine is, if I understand that question correctly, it is coupler strong. The basic waveform of this is a coupler strong thing. What I'm using in general is Reason. And hold up, that's probably better. Yeah, like on the other side is Yamaha DGX 640 88 keys piano, and there's also some nylon strings that sound pretty similar to some of what we had in the neighborhood. That was funny. Yeah, but I'm really bad at deciding. Often it is nice for exploring, but synthesis is often best when you have a goal to reach. If you need to design for a specific result for picture or for a scene or for whatever or for your track or whatever it be, but when you start sound design in a vacuum, it can sometimes be, at least for me, and because I only have half-baked knowledge, it can often be a never-ending endeavor. I don't know where things will go. They will be going in circles for a very long time. Ears get tired, volume inflation, starting over, doing the same thing again, but having started over. Nah, man. Yeah, I'm on Instagram, but I'm not super active. In the description of the channel, I have Instagram, I think. I believe it is called Sounds and Samples on Instagram too. But there is definitely a, how does this go away? But there's definitely a a link on the channel. When you click on the header of the channel, there is this drag down social media handle. I'm sorry, today I cannot really form a basic sentence without stutter or starting over. Yeah, like better have maybe some coffee. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know. I try to force myself to procrastinate less. That's why I go on stream. I love to joke that it is much harder to pick your nose in public. That's maybe the reason why some people go and take their writing out in a cafe because they know when they're at home, maybe they're gonna Netflix, maybe they're gonna hop on YouTube or do whatever. Maybe they even do something reasonable, like they are cleaning that cupboard drawer because it now needs mysterious cleaning. And you know how I procrastinate. All right, I'll follow you back. Hold a second. I'll get you. Oh, I didn't even close the browser. And usually my machine is pretty old. Um, it does not really tolerate if I have. I got you. If I have something else open except recent OBS. If we look down here, we can already see that the DSP load is already halfway maxed out. Yeah, that's true, but I kind of my room is basically a studio now. over the years, it has become a studio. There's just this couch that I sleep on, but everything else is just instruments and more instruments. But still, absolutely, it would be much better if I had a studio to go to and to work because, of course, this is a flat. I have neighbors. I don't have isolation. I cannot just record or produce anytime, anyway. I cannot just start playing distorted rock guitars on on the speakers at night, or I can't even go super crazy with my digital keyboard if I have headphones on, because the click of the keys is so goddamn loud that I will disturb my roomie or my downstairs neighbors. It is that loud. It's really crazy. Yeah, this DSP shit is insane. It should, if I open a blank Reason project, it's at like 0. And I must say, Reason is extraordinarily stable. And I'm not trying to make advertisement for a Reason. I'm just trying to stress this because my computer is pretty old. And this machine, I did not even put together from like scratch with parts and help from other friends that know more about computers. I got this computer for like $800 off Amazon as a multimedia gaming PC. And except from my external Focusrite, it does a really decent job still with all that I throw at it is with the ever growing templates, VSTs, and extensive processing. Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely difficult to focus on just solely making art if you don't know how you will be able to afford living somewhat decently for the rest of the months without being a beggar to society or family and friends. Yes, I get you. Or being super, super restrictive. Yes, I feel that. That is unfortunately very much also the broke bedroom producer lifestyle that I'm living right now. And at the moment, yeah. Yeah, it is not easy. It's not easy. That's also why I try to stream now as much as I can and work more and be more productive and start working on a library and portfolio where I can also show my work because I'm all self-taught. I have no diploma from an audio college and whatnot. I just know stuff from doing it. And yeah, and it's difficult to find good paying jobs in the industry if you don't already have credits in the industry, be it, I don't know, could be game audio project or it could be a movie project, could be credits on an album, on a master or mixing, whatever it may be. But you kind of need to have somehow, like it's the ever reoccurring joke of you need to have experience. Um, but how do you get experience if nobody will employ you before you have experience? Anyway, no, I've been forever broke. If I could, I would have probably bought a MacBook anytime in the past, but yeah, I don't know. I think the filters are doing too much. It is too wobbly. It is too wobbly. You can really, really hear how these filters are wobbling, I think. And that is the wrong Europa. Yeah, and I think it's kind of a little bit unfortunate because over the years I've seen so many super talented producers without any extensive credits and other musicians and so many artists that started and learning to produce themselves and are fairly decent producers and engineers for what they need to do for themselves or in general and hybrids of that nature. Technology and the affordability has made it super possible to do a lot of work when you have time just in your bedroom. You just have to have the energy and patience to spend the hours learning the tools most most of all. And yeah, but breaking into good paying industry jobs is really difficult. I believe actually it is probably wise to be very diversified and not to be dependent on an employment per se, maybe freelance work for some companies, but I think it is maybe best not to be directly employed if you have a versatile skill set. Because there could be really a million things that you could be doing. When you know sound design or mixing, you could be doing really got so many things. And if you just are hired like by a company, let's say some big major company, whatever it may be, then you would be kind of probably very often be excluded from working in other fields that could be potentially very lucrative or interesting as well. It is more difficult to be a freelancer, but I believe that's probably how most start. They go about their 9 to 5, even if they've studied and they have no credits yet. They have a lot of student debts then, some theoretical knowledge, some practical knowledge, but most of all, they probably have a better entry chance into big settings and labels. But still, other than that, they still need to make up all the student debt of going to audio school and diploma. I think it is also very possible to just do a lot of work at home, even if it's maybe sometimes difficult job if you have to self-discipline yourself and in the absence of a really dedicated schedule and curriculum that is efficient, then it can easily happen that knowledge is often half learned and with a lot of gaps. But that's just the nature of things. That's fine too. I forgot I babbled off. We still wanted to do something with this weird synthesizer that we are building in this combinator, right? I don't think you can see anything. Maybe we'll take it in a waveform. And also, let us bypass algorithm. I hear algorithm most of all, but I don't actually hear what we are doing. Let's use a different modifier. Let's see what happens if we use downsample. It seems to introduce some kind of funky squaredness and also some kind of phasing effect. It almost sounds like a ring modulation, and a very certain ring modulation. It sounds like a Foreman filter. That's a weird ass sound, but that is probably interesting for some stuff, but not very musical. Not necessarily. Not without a lot of help, that is. Could be if there are so many, like, of course, whatever world you enter, you find out it's almost infinite. The world of guitar pedals. Like, below this table, there's a Boss GT100, which is like one of the most super standard multi-processing pedal boards. But when I was just, I'm not a guitarist. I knew some blues licks, that's all. But when I was looking at some gear stuff, whatnot, and I saw some guitarists, and it was not even the focus of whatever content that was that I was watching, just the sheer amount of pedals, like guitarists and the pedals. That's also that's a whole chapter for itself, or a whole book. I get it. We all need our toys. Weird modifier. Let's see. This is more like FM synthesis. It's pretty crazy shizzle. I don't know exactly what we are going to do, but we will find out. But probably in maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so, if this is just random bleeps and bloops and not anything that we might be using, I will just hop on to something that I can use just directly to make something else. Like a really good piano. Anyway, let's go back to our wonky combinators that needs a lot of help. Okay, this will take a time. This will take time. Maybe we leave this as is. I don't have too many issues with this as is. I don't know what it is, but today these keys are, some MIDI notes get stuck in the matrix. Surgery type beat from T.Y. Do I know that one? Do I know that one? Let's put this delay on it and see if we can maybe already use it for something. And also what we should probably do is, I didn't meter for quite some time. Okay, maybe let's take this. And we haven't even used pulverizer yet, which is very practical because with pulverizer we get to do a couple of interesting things when we want to combine a couple of different Thank you very much again. Come back anytime. I try to keep the vibe going and do more stuff. As I say, I'm trying to create an open sound library where I will put all these sounds that can be used royalty free. People can type in the chat when they're stuck, and I will try to create samples, as I said in the description. Like if somebody makes a beat, and if I can, I will try to make the sample and put it on a Bandcamp where it can be downloaded for free and used also commercially. I think you have to use CC license with attribution only. I don't even care about attribution, but yeah, the idea is to create a vast library of sound for me to have a portfolio, as I say, like as I'm self-taught, and also to connect with other musicians and producers and artists, and also not to make samples that I think are interesting because we all get tunnel vision. And I don't want to start making just random sample packs. Like I know what I find interesting, but I think it is much more interesting to ask other producers and artists, like, what are the sounds that are missing most in your libraries? Because I know probably we all have Splice or use this or that platform, and we use this or that DAW that comes with this or that stock sounds. And we often have so many interchangeable samples. And it's, I think, boring and also wasting a lot of time and money to be paying for samples because with not too extensive knowledge, not that I say we all have to become sound designers and virtuoso session musicians, but I believe it is very achievable to get some basic understanding of synthesis and production, and then we can all make so many crazy samples, and that would enrich all the music in the world so much. Because while sampling is very cool, we need to also keep creating more samples. We can't just only recycle all the samples we haven't. All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's very cool. Okay. Let's see what we can do there. Let's put this player device back in action. If I would know where it is, there it is. Because it is pretty distracting to play and turn knobs. Now it should be easier. This is without pulverizer, and now with pulverizer. But before, let's do more mixing at this other mixer. Alright, man. Catch you later. Anytime. Okay. Let's put this maybe there. I think Now we can see the Combinator and we can see Yulin loudness measure. That is okay. How loud is this on its own? That's pretty loud already. I didn't realize. Maybe too much. Let's take off some high end. Actually, we could get an equalizer in here. That wouldn't hurt. That's actually a good way to work. We have a way to meter what we are doing. So even if we don't know what we are actually doing, we get to at least see some corresponding values with it. We see if we probably need to, if it's not that our ears should be telling us, but we also get to see if we have a problem, if we can't hear it maybe. I can never quite decide how much harshness I want. Do I want it to be more guitarish, plucky, or do I want it to be more of a harpsichord, cembalo kind of metal-ish? More harmonics. Maybe. That's an interesting sound. I think I'm going with that. Yeah, let's use that. That's maybe intense. Let's cut off a little bit more. Because we also have to add another engine. Maybe too much. Okay, in context. We get this. Algorithm. Our first layer of Europa. Let's add another layer. Also, it would make a lot of sense while we're editing a layer to actually make sure that we have some volume on this. Oops. some FM modulation, but I don't think we're gonna use this. Alright, man. See you later. Peace. Now, with all this LFO noodling and weebling and wobbling, it starts to sound a little bit like an organ again. But also look at all these harmonics. There's so much harmonic content in this. And look how everything is dancing. Like if you look at the equalizer, you can see the dance of the frequencies. You can have it bigger, then you know. Look how all these frequencies are dancing, all these harmonics, they are just going crazy. And my machine is also going crazy. I think my computer is about to have a crisis. Just because it gets too boring otherwise, and we love doing whatever, let's insert this ARP again, and then we have a little bit more rhythmic variety that will also introduce more dynamics. Then we also get to see how we probably should be better designing and mixing these various sounds, because now it all comes out very flat and steady, four on the floor chords. it, it, it is like the game developer makes a retro game and just got the bad the bad purple juice or the bad mushroom, I think. It is so wonky, this melody and this ARP, because I just clicked it in random in the sequencer. But this ARP makes it sound like it is Zelda on shrooms. Maybe that's what we're gonna call this combinator if we don't progress. Zelda on shrooms. Oh my goodness. It is just so very weird. And I couldn't actually quite say if it is weird in a good or in a bad way. But let's dial back this of this a little bit too intense delay and keep working on this, whatever this is going to be. Actually, these both engines now are not that different from one another. This sounds like a weird Star Wars arpeggio. I don't know, for some weird reason, these harmonies and this arpeggio, like I can already hear, like if I put some fucking strings to it, it reminds me somewhat vaguely of like this Zulu kind of way for film scores, or something about this Star Wars theme. Not one in particular, but all. Not to say they're bad; they're good. That's why they work. That's why cliches are good. They do work. What key was this? Say it was B flat up, I guess, right? Yeah, B flat. Okay. Da, 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 da. I just put some keys in B flat to it. Like I'm just gonna noodle random the scale, and I don't know, for some reason I think I'm thinking Star Wars, somewhat. Okay, I think you get the idea. What I mean was, it got this kind of weird Star Wars harmony thing going on. I don't know why that is. Probably is it in B flat? Is Star Wars in B flat? I think it is B flat. Is it? Like, I know that I think I have pretty good relative hearing, but I'm quite sure I don't have perfect pitch or anything close to it. But sometimes I believe I'm good at guessing keys. It would not surprise me if, yeah, this Star Wars theme is in B flat. Anyway. Let's keep messing with this. So right now we have algorithm with this kind of, what is it? A little bit mellow, quite filtered, plucky, wooden xylophone or pseudo steel drum-esque. Oops, wrong instrument. I get confused sometimes. And I mean all the time. Okay, and I'm just triggering chords like a madman. I forgot. I like some of these wonky sounds. Okay, that is just right. That is just algorithm doing its thing, and with the Europa, and then we should see to it that we are done with it, and write a little loop, and then we get to resample that in Mimic or in Grain. That is the whole idea about all this. My keys are weird today. I already hear something else. Sorry, my brain is a little bit flighty. This is kind of what I'm hearing that could be kind of somehow even be done with our instrument, but not quite like that, but somehow, I think, maybe. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, we are not making Clubhouse, whatever. I don't hear too much of a difference. Of course, I hear the difference with the second modifier, but not too much on invert. It's at some positions, yes, but not at all. Let's turn down LFO. Maybe you're gonna use a different modifier. I forgot that we have to use them both together. Well, we don't have to. Maybe. We mess with it some more. Or maybe we already did too much messing with it. I guess we messed with it too much. Look how cool this looks. Like a step ramp. Also very downsampled sound. And I always forget. Maybe that's better. Okay, we have done too much. Let's take out some of the very intense LFO stuff. I have no idea what it is. Today, every other time, one of these notes decides that it's forever sustained. while it is nice to have portamento, it is, I think, a somewhat interesting design choice to choose a percentage for time and not, well, a unit of time, like milliseconds or something. Anyway. Because it would be rather handy to go by milliseconds or by beat sync. I believe you can do that anyway, but still though, just theoretically speaking, time percentage, or, well, it says portamento percentage, but yeah, well, it would be so nice if this 100% slider, I don't know why I'm making an X course out of this, if this would be a measured in milliseconds, that would be so much more reasonable, I guess, right? It's weird. Okay, let's turn off Fundamental. I think it's a guitar kind of, is it? Somewhat. Okay, so after hours and hours, we kind of made something that resembles a guitar. I don't know why, but I'm kind of somewhat stuck on this sound. And I love the wonkiness of this arpeggiator somewhat. And the kind of game game lobby or retro game kind of sound. Do we have shuffle? Can we put some shuffle on it? Oh, we couldn't use another one. it? How do I do it? Am I stupid or something? Like, all these player devices are like super simple and intuitive, but for some reason I'm too stupid to understand how I am connecting in this programming matrix of dual arpeggio these notes and how I draw individual notes. If that is that, if I'm drawing a note, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm sorry. Come on. It can't be that difficult. Come on. Oh my goodness. Dear Lord. almost has some kind of comb filter thing going on here. If we look at this wave shape, with some of these modes you have to be a little bit careful, or it's maybe best if you have a limiter somewhere in the chain, because sometimes some of these waves could get out of hand pretty quickly. Just putting some chorus on it. There are so many of the things that we have not even touched. Like we didn't even look at the modulation matrix in Europa, and we can do so much. Yeah, I believe maybe in the future, if there's interest, we could do something like read the fucking manual and get the manual and go deep on certain instruments. It does not have necessarily have to be reason specific per se, but I would use reason to demonstrate. I think I do still have a license for Ableton Live Lite. I think it's pretty old, but it should be functional, I think. So I know other doors and would find my way around other doors. And I believe the basics of sound design, they are not bound to a door. Basic, universal in nature. And this sound, it reminds me of like, also again, it could be, would I be able to name an instrument? It could be maybe a mellotron. It could be the sound of a mellotron that samples a string instrument. And it sounds like it could be used as one of these nostalgia feeling kind of instruments. You know, It's got this once upon a time kind of blah feeling. Somewhat magic and somewhat uncertain. Where's the sweet spot? Maybe. Maybe not higher. No. Maybe almost. I think that's it. Okie dokie. I believe we should save this work, use what we have, and continue with something else in this template. As I said, we have not even dared look at too many of the things that we could be doing in this combinator anyway, but also in the mix channel that this combinator is routed through, we haven't done anything yet. We haven't used any of the SSL processing yet, except I think a high pass and a low pass. That does not need any mentioning. And we put some send effect on it. That is some mild reverb. So nothing spectacular. Let us use a different player for our combinator. Let us use a baseline generator that could also be helpful in just spawning musical ideas while we go about tweaking and designing and shaping our sound. Then we don't have to use part of our brain making music. That sounds a little bit stupid if you say it like this, but I mean, if you play simultaneously to editing that kind of sometimes it can work, sometimes not. It's difficult. What did I want to do? I wanted to use some. I should probably take a break soon. I'm losing focus, I think. Um, I wanted to use the player device, right? Bum. Where is it? I can't read. Here it is. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where the heck is it? Okay. Let's make some random bass lines or whatever melody is. Doesn't really matter all that much. Interesting. Let's see what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try to go a little bit faster, and not tweak ever so slightly because I'm losing focus and I just wanna hear some more drastic changes and see how we can shape it more aggressively. So let's throw a couple of stuff in this chain, and then we see what's gonna happen. But I believe using baseline generator was probably a smart idea. Probably when we're using alligator, we should probably bypass this crazy delay because alligator does have a lot of stuff itself. Maybe as we are having a rather on the grid kind of feel, we could also just start putting in some basic click track so we get some more musical context. I know I exaggerated a little bit with alligator. This hi-hat reminds me, it sounds like the archetypical clock that resembles the ticking time. Why is it always so incredibly difficult to pick a goddamn snare? I know, I know. Okay, let's go back to our weird instrument and to alligator and work on alligator. What do I want to do? I think I want to do a little bit more percussions and less speed. Hmm. I'm sorry. The cool and interesting thing is like with gating effects, you get a new beat or a new rhythm out of whatever you send through it, of course. You send a pad in and you get a chopped up rhythmic group. You get some kind of jungle kind of Goa glitch kind of feel. Many, many, many weird things can be done, will be done, have been done, and yada yada. I gotta take a break. Gotta take a break. Yes, I do have to take a break because mine has left the building. I hope it was somewhat interesting, not too crazy wonky. I mean, you sticked around. You're here on your own. Pretty well. It is a superpower. Alright. Stay funky and just groove it. May the muse be with you. Make something funky. Catch you later. Peace. Maybe next time more music and less crazy wonky writing, but probably we will continue with this next time because we have to make a loop with it and we have to resample that, and we don't just want to use it on its own because I'm kind of less okay. Before I hop off, we're gonna resample this real quick. I'm gonna hush, and then we're gonna sample into Mimic, and we see whatever we can do in 3 minutes. Okay, just to see quickly whatever, whatever this might possibly be. The delay is on the channel bus. But we shouldn't have sampled we shouldn't have sampled the click track. At least not the drum. They are really just too boring. Maybe the percussion group could be cool. Let's resample. Okay, maybe if we were lucky, we caught something interesting that could be called a mimic. If not, then that's also okay. And then we just are happy with what we learned, all the happy accidents and byproducts along the way. It's not that we had any intention on doing something specifically, so we couldn't fail to begin with. We could only create something interesting or disturbing, whatever it may be. We did something. I'm sorry. That must have been very loud for those of you who have any headphones. You know, guys, I should have been taking a break every hour or every 90 minutes or so. I guess you can see kind of where this is maybe going. Use the different stretch methods. I like granular a lot. As you guys can see, you can do some pretty glitched out madness, and that is just using the granular sampling methods in Mimic. If you really want to go funky and more crazy with granular sampling and synthesis, then of course we will be doing that in grain. But because before I will start peeing my pants, I'll say catch you guys later. Peace.